Assemble everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday stream. How's everybody doing? Or scatter if you prefer that, whichever one you prefer. How's everybody doing? Sorry for no stream yesterday. It's been a little stressful. It's a stressful week for me. I told you guys on Monday, I'm not sleeping at home at the moment. I'm sleeping at my parents' house because they're on vacation and I'm taking care of their dog and cat. So yeah, it's just been a little stressful, but here we are. It was the most important anyways. Good. You're getting a 12-hour stream tomorrow. So yeah. We're doing the long ranked rated mode grind tomorrow. You're getting that one. I'm in the process of setting everything up. I'm not sure yet if I wanna. I don't really want to do a delay. You think it's necessary? I had a delay. I had a delay with the thingy, the world's qualifier, but like I don't think I need to for tomorrow, right? Like we can just like play. We can just play ranked and don't care about it. I think it's gonna be fine, right? It's just a for fun event. No, I don't mean for the XYZ event. No, not that. But yeah, we're doing that one today. I don't think people are stream sniping and rated. Yeah, probably not. It's probably fine. But yeah, we're doing that tomorrow. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, I in general I do want to play around with I do want to play around with the new rating duel mode a little bit more in the future. I mean, it's kind of hype because it's new this month, but it's going to be here to stay, hopefully. I mean, it's here to stay from all we know. So there's more opportunities in the future to do like I don't know, streaming until I hit rank 1 or something like that, you know, that sort of thing in the future. So I'm gonna do something like that. Weren't we promised 24? I already explained on Monday why I can't do 24, and it's the same reason. I can't stream through the night because I have to take care of my parents' cat and dog at the moment, so I can't do it. But like I said, the rated duels are here to stay, so we can do something like that in the future. I just can't do it this week, which is something I forgot about when I said we might do a 24-hour stream, which is why it's been downgraded to a 12-hour stream. Forgive me. Well, yeah. Today we're doing two things after the warm-up in a moment. We're doing a little TCG talk. I'm trying to get myself in the mood for preparing for Euros, which is super late, but here we are. And so we're gonna do a little bit of a TCG metagame discussion, not a tier list, but rather a discussion of different decks and different options. And then we're gonna hop into the new Master Duel Festival as well and have some fun with Paleozoics in it, because it's XYZ Festival, and you know who's got a lot of XYZ? That's right, Paleozoics. So we're doing that. We could also play some other fun decks. We'll see. But yeah, play Fiendsmith. End of discussion. Yep. See, I don't think it is that, and I think that's why it's a good idea to have that discussion. Because yes, Fiendsmith is going to be the best deck, but even in tier 0 formats, you can have success with other stuff, and not everyone wants to play Fiendsmith. So we're gonna talk about that. Hidriso Alpha, thank you for the full year. I appreciate the support. Max Luca, thank you for the 2 months. Cataman Talodis, thank you for the 16. Ulag NG, thank you for the 6. Appreciate you guys for the support. Welcome. Okay, let's get the warm-up out of the way. Wait, Rob Job with the 5 gifties. Holy, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I am very thankful for the people that are enjoying the stream enough to support it like that. Thank you so much. All right, let us guess some cards first. Let's see how good we do today, and then we hop into all the nice things. Do you already have your info playsets? I don't, unfortunately. I don't. I guess that's another thing that just made me think of something else I wanted to say. I don't have the info cards yet, so we can't do remote duels or anything like that at the moment. And I've told you already this week that I'm gonna be taking next week off. It's just been a lot of stress for me recently. and now Euros preparation and all that stuff coming together, because I have been procrastinating on Euros prep and all that kind of stuff. I'm taking next week off because I feel like I need it, and I will still be uploading some YouTube stuff with the info cards as soon as I get them. So you're just not gonna have a stream next week, but you're gonna have some YouTube content. I'm gonna make sure that there's at least something happening over on the YouTube regarding Euros preparation and all that kind of stuff, because I don't want to leave you guys without any competitive content in the week before the European Championship, right? And so that is something I'm not gonna have the Infinite Forbidden cards in time for this week's streams, but I'm gonna have them in time for next week's YouTube, right? So that's a thing. And for the future, I have organized a way. I found a plug for OCG cards. So I'm gonna get like Rage of the Abyss cards in time, like before the TCG release, the OCG cards, right? So I'm gonna be organizing those cards in advance so that we can do like remote duels with the OCG cards, which is gonna be cool. The only issue is I have to tell them very early which cards I want from the set, and the full Infinite Forbidden, the full Rage of the Abyss spoiler is not even out yet. Can you link the plug? It's basically Holon Card Shop, not directly, but you guys know how Holon Card Shop is a sponsor of the channel, and they have OCG sleeves, right? And so I asked them, you know, the guy that you or the Japanese shop that you're getting the OCG sleeves from, can you ask them for me if it would be possible to send a couple of OCG cards with them? And they said yes. So it's basically Holon Card Shop. Shout out to Holon Card Shop. But they don't. I'm at least maybe they will. They said they would be thinking about adding the OCG cards to their shop as well if people would be interested in that. So I guess I can give them that feedback. If you guys would like to see OCG cards be more accessible over here, I can tell them that, and maybe they will order more than just what I need, and put them up on the shop. I could imagine that, but I don't know. Yeah, but anyways, that's how I'm gonna be getting my OCG cards, is because the Holon Card Shop, whenever they order OCG sleeves, they can also order some OCG cards for me. Must we use OCG cards, or can we use proxies for remotes? I don't care if you guys use proxies. I personally prefer having real cards instead of proxies, but yeah. Anyways, yes. Warm up. Ildara, Nekuaris, Luke, BFTW, and Tayson. Thank you guys for the subs. Appreciate you guys. All right. That Dinotherium? No, it's not. Belly? Big Belly Knight. Oh, okay. That's a worm, I think. Looks wormy. Which one, though? G? G. Oh, it's not Exiled Force. It's the other. Is it Exiled Force? Or is it Exiled? Oh, it is Exiled Force. The colors seemed off on Exiled Force. Maybe it's because it's such an old card. Attack the Moon. The White Jordal is doable without chat? Okay. Rose Maiden, I think. Or Rose Flora? Where's Maiden? Okay. It's a TG. Korokimeru, but I don't know what it's called. Or panel. Ooh, that's the Archfiend. It's like something queen. Imprisoned queen? Imprisoned queen Archfiend. That one. Yeah. That looks familiar. That's Thunderbird. Ooh, that also... That's old, I think. Soul Binding Gate. Yeah. Oh, it's that vanilla. The vanilla, that's just a pile of mud. This Solver Rock. Yeah. Dinomorphia. I'm gonna skip it. I don't know. It's one of the spell traps. Do they even have spells? One of the traps. Shell. Adams, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. That is Luster Pendulum. Cyber Larva? No. Oh, Cyber Valley, dude. That's my favorite cyber card. Why did I not guess that one? Cyber Valley was like my favorite card for like a solid year back in the day. That's a Lyrilusk Cobalt Sparrow. Please unban mine. Thank you for the 19 month. Welcome back. Mini Boral? Mini Boral. Rainbow Kuribo. Yeah. Oh god. Dark Magic Spellstone or something? No. I don't know what it's called. Anti-spell? Oh, it's just anti-spell. No, it's not. Miracle Restoring. What did you play in the Necros format? Well, Necros. DD guide. Lightsworn Sanctuary? Yeah. Oh, that's adventure. That's an adventure guy. What is that called? I don't know. I lost so much time on that. No one knows the exact name. Celestial Apparatus Tecia. Okay. I should have just skipped it. Box of Friends. Ice Barrier. Dice Sono. Eclipse, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. We've just started. Isojo. Okay, I've been lied to. Odin Tabris, thank you for the prime. Welcome back. Okay, this is Odd Eyes Zark stuff. Is that just Zark? Supreme King Zark, please. Yeah. Salaman, great. Gazelle. Recreate? No. No, it's not Recreate. It's not Scout. No, no, no. It's not one of the monsters. It's the spell Clipper Launch. No shot. Oh, that's an Arcana Force. But Empress? Yeah. That's also happening soon. The Paleo updated list with the new Infinite Forbidden card? Absolutely. Overlay Owl. Looking like an Infernoid lore card. That is an Infernoid. Which one is that? Metaphys? Exactly like I said. Metaphys Nephthys, like I said. I knew that. Not me trying to find an Infernoid. That is the which weapon? It's the twin weapon, but what is it called? The trice. Yeah. Why is the twin weapon called trice? That does not make sense. Yeah, Dark Magic Circle? Is that a thing? Dark Magical Circle. Gunslinger Goat, thank you for the 8 months. Think you're a photon? I remember the Wi-Fi symbol. Cipher, not photon. Well, that's Marshmallow. I don't know what this card is called. Card Rotator. Okay. Yeah, I'm afraid today is not going to be great. This is something like beginning and end something. Exchange of night and day, that one. Yeah. Not beginning, end, night, day. Okay, Tyrant. Temper. Nope. Tyrants. Tantrum. Easy. That looks like Ghost Trick. Is that Mary? Mary is the one in the mirror, right? Yeah. Harpy. No. I've seen this. What is this? Bird of Roses. Mm-hmm. Eliphamer, right? Yeah. Oh. This is the one. Yeah, that's Alpha. What was that card again? Beast King Unleashed? That's a dope artwork. Phantom Knight, Silent Boots. That one. Yep. Marksman. Never seen that card before. It's not Borload. Why am I thinking Borload? It's Barrel Dragon. Right? No, Barrel Dragon is the big one. What's the middle one called? Blowback. The small one is Twin Barrel. The big one's Barrel. The middle one I forgot about. I know Mist. Dino Mist Spinos. Yeah. Oh, that's E-Telly. Needed one. I didn't need the zoom. I could have gotten it one earlier. Yeah, that's alert. World Legacy. Oh, it's Orchestrated Return. Orchestrated Return. Yeah. Is that a crawler? No. Well, that's an infinite track. What is this? Oh, the trap card that they play. Okay. I don't know what this is. World Key. That is not a key. Cyber Phoenix. This was my favorite Cyber card before Cyber Valley came out. I love Cyber Phoenix and Cyber Valley. Is that Angelo? No. Lady Ange. Lady Ange. Melfi? Melfi. My boy Fenny. Okay, not quite 800. Not too bad. Not too bad, but not crazy. It's all right. Come on, it's not that bad. It wasn't that easy of a round. There wasn't that many easy ones. It was all right. I feel like there wasn't a card. There's no card here that I felt bad about not recognizing it. Like the cards I didn't recognize was because I like just, you know, no shot. Come on, it's not that bad. Agoraphobic, thank you for the bits. What's the best Orcust deck right now, and what do you think of Orcust? So the only Orcust deck that I've played is Orcust Sky Striker, and that was fun, but I don't think it was actually like competitively viable. It's good enough for like locals, but the only thing is what other Orcust versions even are there? Like I'm not aware of any like good Orcust versions where it actually makes sense. Like I've heard of Orcust Runic, I've heard of like Orcust Horus, I guess that could be something. Yeah, maybe it's Horus Orcust. Yeah, maybe it's that. Probably. The reality is, yeah, the reality is it might actually just be Fiendsmith Orcust. Oh yeah. Okay, so you guys said this one was guessable today, so I'm gonna try not look at chat. Okay, we're looking for a dark monster, a big dark monster from that's relatively new. So let's do Gizmek Orochi. All right, it is level 5 or 6 or 7. And it's even newer. Okay, big attack. Try not to look at chat at all. Level 567 with more than 2,450 attack. Diabellstar? Level 5 or 6 with 2,500 attack, 2,000 defense. Newer than 2023. Level 6, 25. Wait. That is Bestial stats. Okay. Yeah, that one was guessable. That one was guessable. I was expecting to this was above average because I was expecting it to be the last one that I click on. Right? But it was actually there's 3 Bestials in the first wave that fit the stats, and we got it on the second try. So actually okay. What do you think about Fiendsmith White Forest since it's so splashable in everything? I mean, look, the reality of things is that a Fiendsmith engine probably makes it probably makes every deck better to an extent. I don't know if White Forest is the best place to put them, but you probably can. Right? You probably can. I don't know if it's definitely not the best version of Fiendsmith, but it's probably a solid version of White Forest. I don't know. I don't know if it's the best White Forest version either, because they don't seem to have inherent synergies, right? Like it's not gonna hurt the deck if you put Fiendsmith cards in it, but it's also not gonna like actively make it better, if you know if that makes sense, right? Because yeah, but you can, I think. But that is a topic that I wanted to talk about with you guys is the current TCG format. I wanna get myself in the mood for the European Championship, even though we're still gonna play some Master Duel today, and I am enjoying Master Duel a lot at the moment. And we're gonna do a Master Duel tryhard stream tomorrow. Basically, we're playing the event today because I do want to get the gems from the Xyz festival, and it gives me a chance to play Paleozoics without feeling like I'm just throwing. So we're gonna be doing that because I want to do that. But before we hop into Master Duel, I did want to talk about the situation in the current TCG format as well, and also give you guys a little bit of an update on my thoughts on like different options for the European Championship, and also where I personally stand at the moment. Like I in the past, it's always been like I didn't really want to like talk about what deck exactly I'm gonna use for a tournament. I've been giving you guys my thoughts on the format, but for this one in particular, I haven't decided yet. But I also don't feel like it is that big of a deal to know what I will be playing for the European Championship. So I'm gonna be pretty open with my thoughts on what I think I'm going to play and what I'm leaning towards at the moment for the European Championship. I already have said it on Monday, but I just want to repeat it within this discussion that we're about to have. And what we're about to do is not a tier list, simply because I don't feel confident ranking some of these decks between each other, right? Because I simply have been procrastinating on testing for the European Championship. So it's relatively easy what deck you're going to put in. Like, this is the best deck in the format category, right? That's going to be Snake Eyes, spoilers. But like everything else, I don't really know how it pairs up against each other yet, and which one is slightly better than the other. So in terms of like a tier list fashion, I don't think it'd be the best information out there, like from me, because I simply haven't tested all these decks to the extent that I would like to before I rank them in a tier list, right? So instead, we're going to talk about different meta contenders after the Infinite Forbidden and my first impression and what I think of them and what I think viable approaches to this format are. Because even in a tier 0 format, there are different options you have when approaching a tournament in terms of your mindset, in terms of what you want to achieve, in terms of the deck you play to achieve that goal, right? Because let's get the elephant in the room out of the way. The best deck in the format is going to be Fiendsmith Snake Eye. And I've pulled up an OCG list simply because the cards are not TCG legal yet as of the day of recording this. And we don't have tournament lists now yet. And I don't have a TCG version of this deck yet. But it's going to look somewhat like this. Just imagine it with all the good cards at 3, like Bonfire, Wanted, and Snake Eye Ash. So you've got a plethora of good starters for this deck. You have it almost feels like you have too many starters to choose from, so that people are probably going to end up playing slightly over 40 to diminish the chances of drawing like Flamberge and such. That's probably how it's going to go with this deck, honestly. In the OCG, obviously they are forced to play 40 cards because of one Wanted, one Snake Eye Ash. In the TCG, I'm pretty confident people are going to go slightly over 40 because you're going to be like it's like a luxury problem to have. Like, you have so many good starters that you can go over 40 to diminish the chances of drawing like Lurie or Flamberge or Snake Eye Diabellstar, right? So I think that's going to be where it's at for Snake Eye, for Fiendsmith Snake Eye. This deck is honestly a menace in the format. It is going to be by far the best deck. In the OCG at the moment, it is sharing that top spot with yugioh Fiendsmith, which we're going to talk about in a second as well. But I think in the TCG, this deck is going to be ahead. The yugioh Fiendsmith deck is still going to be good, and we're going to talk about that in a moment. But I think this deck is simply like the sheer amount of starters and extenders that it has makes it a menace to deal with. The board that it ends on is very close to unbreakable, I would say, because of the new Fiendsmith cards adding Omni Negates back into the mix. You've got like hand traps to back it up. You've got really solid interruption on the board. You have the field spell that can bring out an IP Masquerena even if you get like Dark Ruler or something. You've got a Promethean Princess in the graveyard. You've got Omni Negates. You've got everything. You've got the option to like access Floodgates with Beatrice after siding. And it's not a great time to be playing board breakers against this deck, but it's also not a great time to be playing hand traps against this deck, because guess what? This deck has infinite ways to play through hand traps. Cards like Impermanence, Valor, Ash Blossom, all of them basically just let your opponent like, example, your opponent normal summons Snake Eye Ash, you activate Impermanence, you're just asking your opponent, hey, do you have one of like 12 cards in your hand that punish me for this Impermanence, right? They got like Diabellstar, Fiendsmith, even Tractus, Bonfire, Wanted, all these kind of cards that can help them push through hand traps. And if you have multiple hand traps, then suddenly the Underworld Goddess lets them push through it. This is one reason why I think Necroquip Princess is probably going to make the cut, even in the Snake Eye deck. The extra deck is going to be tight, but the Necroquip Princess, I think it's not going to be uncommon, let's say, if people are playing a lot of hand traps. Like, imagine a sequence of like normal summon Snake Eye Ash, activate Imperm, use Diabellstar, and then the Diabellstar gets Valored or Impermed as well, right? And then you have those two bodies. Those two bodies don't turn into anything crazy if you don't play Necroquip Princess. But if you do play Necroquip Princess, you can basically translate that into the full Fiendsmith combo, right? And so I do think that's why Necroquip Princess is going to make its way into these decks, and is also going to make this deck even harder to hand trap. Because even if you have, let's say you have two Imperms and they have Ash Diabellstar, all of a sudden, what usually this was an SP Little Knight pass in the last format, now is going to be still Fiendsmith combo, right? So I think, or even, they could even go into Snake Eye combo with that, right? Because they can like, the Fiendsmith cards can make Promethean Princess, that can bring back the Ash, and that Ash can still tag out into like Poplar, grab Original Sinful, and then summon Oak, and so on and so forth, right? And so like, it's concerning because Ash Diabellstar now plays through two hand traps, right? So long story short, this is the best deck of the format for the TCG with the added Wanteds and Bonfires and Snake Eye Ash. And the situation is it wins against hand traps and it wins against board breakers. The result of that is a format that is very centered around if this deck goes first, it probably wins. Which is not ideal, to say the least, but it is what it is. So what I want to talk about is what other options are there. And keep in mind, the other options, right? The other options, for the most part, are going to be slightly worse, but maybe better in some circumstances, right? So like this is going to be the best deck, the deck to beat, but it is not your only option if you want to go to a tournament and you have other, you can have a deck, for example, a deck that we're going to talk about today, or some decks that we're going to mention today, are all the decks that played Dimension Shifter, which suddenly there is a card that you can draw going second that will solve your problems, right? Like that is a deck, like all of the rogue decks that have access to Dimension Shifter have a win condition when they go second, right? Obviously those decks have other flaws, right? Those decks have other flaws that we're going to talk about. And so I'm just going to go, we're going to go one by one, and I'm going to tell you where I personally stand on these decks as well. Personally, Snake Eyes, I don't feel like playing it, and I don't think I will for the European Championship. And that is because of multiple reasons. The first reason is, while I do care about the European Championship, obviously I would love to become the European champion one day. I personally am kind of tired of Snake Eyes, and this year, out of all the years to try hard for Euros, is the one where I'm the least motivated, simply because we're already qualified for the Master Duel World Championships. So I'm feeling okay for the sake of like playing a different deck that I'm gonna enjoy more, having slightly less of a chance to win, you know? So like I am more inclined to play a different deck, as well as I don't even think playing Snake Eyes gives me like a great chance anyways, because the mirror matches still feel like they're very close to 50-50, right? So like if I'm going second against this deck, it doesn't really matter if I'm playing the deck myself or if I'm playing freaking a Yugi structure deck. Like if I'm going second into this deck, I'm probably losing anyways. Like, so it's kind of whatever. All I need to do is play a deck that's like good enough when I get to play the game, like going first and stuff like that. So it's something we're going to talk about. And the first deck that is actually relatively high up on my radar on possible options for the European Championship is the yugioh deck. Now, the reason why I feel like playing this deck, or the reason why I want to try it, and if I find it good enough, I will play it, is I've been enjoying the yugioh cards in Master Duel recently. It's been a lot of fun for me. I want to preface that in Master Duel, the deck doesn't have Fiendsmith yet, so I think one thing that I'm probably going to be tired of relatively quickly is the Fiendsmith portion of this deck. Like the Fiendsmith portion of the upcoming format is the one that's probably going to be like the Fiendsmith combo is probably going to be like the new Snake Eye combo, right? Where like after a while you'll have seen it for like the thousandth time, and you're going to be like kind of sick of it. But the yugioh portion of this deck is something that to me at the moment feels kind of fresh, feels like kind of a new thing. It's got some new dynamics to it. I just enjoy it more currently. Maybe that's just because like new toy syndrome, right? Haven't played it yet, while Snake Eyes has been around for a long time, and I've played it and against it plenty of times. So that's like why the yugioh deck feels more refreshing to me. I find it more fun, and that's why like this is like the closest thing to a fun but still pretty meta deck option, right? And so that's why I am currently, if I'm playing a Fiendsmith deck, or if I'm playing one of the top tier decks, it's probably going to be yugioh. I quite like this deck. I think it's a little bit worse than the Snake Eye deck, but I think it is still good, and good enough to top or potentially win the event. And that's why I'm currently looking into this, and I wanna like try it throughout next week, and if I find a list that I'm happy with, this is the one that I'm probably gonna bring to Euros. And then we've got Basically, those are the top two, I would say, the top two dogs of the upcoming formats, the two decks that utilize the Fiendsmith engine the best. And yeah, can you say why you think it's worse? Okay, so I think it's slightly worse than the Snake Eye deck because I feel like it has some more awkward draws. It's harder for this deck to get going because it is more normal summon reliant than a Snake Eye deck with 6 copies of Diabellstar, right? Like it's harder for this deck to get going when the normal summon gets interrupted. That also means it's slightly worse into hand traps, right? Like if you don't open Nightmare Throne, Lotus, those kind of cards, you're gonna have to piece your combo together in like weird ways. It's not reliant on normal summon anymore. I mean, the Fiendsmith cards help, but it still is more reliant on its normal summon than Snake Eyes, right? Because the Snake Eye deck also has Fiendsmith, but the Snake Eye deck also has Diabellstar. So this deck is good. I'm not saying it's bad or anything. I'm just saying why it's worse than Snake Eyes, which is one hell of a deck to compare yourself to. Like this deck, in terms of its card quality and the things that it can do, is insane, right? But like this deck has good normal summons, but this deck, apart from the Fiendsmith engine, also has Bonfire, Wanton, and Diabellstar at 3 in the TCG. And those are the kind of cards that this deck does not have, right? This deck does not have those kind of possibilities to extend if your normal summon gets interrupted and all that kind of stuff, right? And so, yeah. The grind game is better in Snake Eyes. That is also true. The Snake Eye deck creates more follow-up. The Snake Eye deck can play I mean, both of these decks have very strong grind games, but like, once again, comparing anything to Snake Eyes is really, really tough because this deck is just completely insane in all aspects of Yu-Gi-Oh! Pretty much, right? In terms of starter cards, in terms of extenders, in terms of room for non-engine, all this kind of stuff. This deck is just, it's not a fair comparison to make, comparing anything to this. So Yubel is a phenomenal deck, but it's not better than Snake Eyes. So, but it still remains, for me, it remains an option because yes, it's slightly worse, but I think it's like, I think it's still good enough. And I think it's got some advantages in the sense that I think people are going to be preparing their decks more towards Snake Eyes. People are going to test more against Snake Eyes, and people might be inexperienced against Yubel at some, like, well, so there might be a couple people making one or the other misplay into a Yubel deck if they aren't properly prepared, right? But all things considered, I'd say Snake Eyes is the better deck. This one, for me personally, looks more fun though, and that in the situation that I'm in, being tired of Snake Eyes and all that kind of stuff is worth looking into for me. And then the other one that I want to mention is Tenpai. This is like the third one in this discussion that could be considered a top tier deck. I do think Tenpai is strong. Tenpai can play Shifter. Tenpai has another advantage, which is that besides the Trident Dragon, which I feel like has been dropping a little bit, this deck is definitely the most budget option. Like I think this is the one that if you want to play a meta deck, but you are on a little bit of a budget, then this is probably the one the one for you, right? 2 Pydra is unhinged. This is like, don't pay attention to the list. I'm just getting example lists up because I don't have all these decks built for the TCG yet. These are all example OCG lists from the current format over there, which is yeah, don't take these lists for like, you know, what it's worth. Take them with a grain of salt. But I just wanted something visual while I'm talking about these. The Tenpai deck I think is strong. I personally am not a huge fan of Tenpai, but that doesn't mean it's not a good deck. Especially in the TCG where we still have 3 copies of the field spell, we basically have full power Tenpai. And even in the OCG, when the field spell was still at 3, I think Tenpai was actually doing really well. We also have 3 shifters. So I think Tenpai is worth looking into if you want to play a meta deck, but you are on somewhat of a budget. Because like, if I had to guess, what does a Tenpai deck cost you these days? Like a Pydra, is Pydra still like $10? You've got like the Trident Dragion. If you get like I don't know, like an excellent ultra rare or something, then Genroku is a couple bucks, and then some of the staples obviously are going to cost you some money. But I would say like 200 for a Tenpai deck, depending on. I mean, if you play Thrust and such, it could go a little higher than that. But I think you're gonna be looking very budget compared to what the Snake Eye decks, the SP Little Knights, the Fiendsmith cards, and all that kind of stuff cost you, right? Maybe 200 is even too much, right? I'm not sure exactly what. It depends on your tech cards, right? If you decide to play Thrust, it's more than 200. If you play no Thrust, then it's probably less than 200. But it's regardless, it's very, very budget compared to the Fiendsmith decks. And so I think this deck, honestly, if you like its playstyle, which not everyone does, some people do. If you like its playstyle, I think this deck gives you a very good like bang for your buck in the upcoming format, because you're not getting the best deck in the format, but you're definitely within, I would say, the top 5 relatively easily, maybe even top 3, and all that for like a fraction of the money that the top 1 or 2 deck would cost you, right? And so I think Tenpai is definitely worth mentioning when talking about the upcoming format. And now I want to talk about some other more rogue-ish options that I think you could consider if you're into that sort of stuff. I wanted to, in terms of dimension shifter decks, obviously Tenpai can play it, but I think Ritual Beast is worth an honorable mention. Once again, this is just an example list that I found on YGO Pro Deck. The Ritual Beast deck, I think, is one of the better rogue decks to play, simply because it has access to Dimension Shifter and it's just a solid combo deck outside of that. Other than being able to play Shifter, I personally don't think the Ritual Beast does anything exceptionally well or better than other decks. Like, for example, this deck is basically just, you have a couple 1-card combos, you have a couple of 2-card combos, some extenders, you have solid room for non-engine. So it does nothing better or worse than a lot of other decks in the format. But it's got Shifter, right? It's got Shifter. And that makes it, I think, one of the better rogue decks, right? This deck is all right, I think. And it's from what I've heard, though, it's very hard to get a hold of all the combos and stuff. There is good resources out there on YouTube. I spent some time looking into it in the last couple weeks, and there were a couple YouTube channels. Unfortunately, I forgot their names, but if you go on YouTube and look into like Ritual Beast tutorials, you're gonna find them. There was a couple really good ones. I know Jojo ASMR has done some content on it that I've watched that was good. Ed YGO is one that I saw. Yeah, there's plenty. So this deck takes a while to learn. I think it can be very rewarding. And it has Shifter. So going second, you at least have somewhat of a chance against the meta decks, right? And so I think it's worth looking into if you're more leaning into staying away from the top tier decks and you want to play like a rogue deck that isn't Tenpai, right? Or like a not blind second deck, right? Yeah. I can't believe he ignored my perfectly timed gifty. What was it, when Tenpai came up? Oh yeah, all right, I see that. Yeah, when I'm recording something that's meant for YouTube, I usually focus on that and don't try to I try to not get distracted, but I appreciate you. All right, and now here's where my copium comes in, right? Because I told you I'm leaning towards, or I'm thinking I'll probably end up playing the Yubel deck. But here are some things that I want to try that I have not the biggest hope of them actually being successful. But I've been looking into, or I want to look into more, some of the White Forest cards. once again, these are not lists made by me. These are just example lists I found just to have some visuals for this discussion. White Forest, obviously there's also a runic version. I personally think the White Forest cards are great, but probably not. I mean, these decks, no matter how you built them, right? Because this is not my list again. And I will tell you guys how I would build them for this format. That is planned. Stay tuned for that in the upcoming days or weeks on the YouTube channel. I'm going to present you guys with how I would be playing Whitewoods, or if I play Whitewoods at any tournaments, I will also profile those. And I definitely will do that. Whether it's Euros or other tournaments, I will definitely be playing some White Forest. And tell you guys how that goes. But the only thing, in my opinion, that speaks for a deck like this one is that what I said earlier, I think is true for all of the decks. Going second into Snake Eye Fiendsmith is going to be basically impossible, right? With almost anything, right? Which also means that I'm looking at this Runic Whitewoods deck. No matter how you build it, I think going second into those decks, game one is going to be almost impossible, right? But in that sense, it's like not that much worse than other meta decks, because like even Snake Eye itself is going to struggle going second, right? So going second, I feel like, is a weakness for every deck in the upcoming format. But obviously, Runic decks are going to be especially weak going second because they have the least amount of room for non-engine, I suppose. But it's a deck that I'll look into if I really enjoy it. And as long as it's consistently playing through hand traps going first, which that's what Runic decks are usually good at. But if the deck works out, then I might mess around with it. You know, there's different versions. You can play it with like the toy cards from Battles of Legends. You can play it with Centurion. You can play it with Runic. It's a deck that I will look into. I will definitely let you know how it goes. I think the chance that I play this at the European Championship is like 1% or something. But I will mess around with it, as well as something like Ice Barrier Runics, which is also a deck that looks very, very fun. I think that deck's even more of a fun deck than the White Forest version, but it also is something that I wanted to look into, right? So that's just where my personal, if I was to play a quote-unquote fun deck, it'd be one of those two, probably. But in general, I think that is one way you can approach this upcoming format, is just do, basically for me, those would be my sort of pet decks, right? Like the White Forest Runic or the Ice Barrier Runics. Those are the sort of decks that I can just play, and I know that I will enjoy them, even if I won't beat the Snake Eye deck when I go second, right? I'm not expecting that, but if I want to just play the deck that I enjoy the most, those would be my pet decks, and you can do that with whichever one of the sort of meta / rogue decks are your pet decks, right? Like something like Melodious, Branded, Voiceless, Plants, Labyrinth, Chimera. All those decks are like, they're still good Yu-Gi-Oh decks, right? Like they're gonna suck against Snake Eye going second, but let's be real, anything kind of sucks against Snake Eye going second. So if you just like don't feel like paying the money for the Fiendsmith cards, or you feel like the format is just not great for you, and even if you were playing Snake Eyes, you were not going to enjoy it or something, you can still play those decks, you know? Like, you have a smaller chance of doing well, but the chance of beating Snake Eyes with these decks is not zero. It's not high, but it's not impossible, especially if you built them well and if you know them inside out, because they're your pet deck that you've played for a long time, right? You know, like in my example, if I play a Runic deck against an average, an average Snake Eye duelist, there's always a chance that I can beat them, right? And so I think that's another thing that you can do if you really don't want to play Snake Eye or any Fiendsmith deck or like Tenpai. You know, just play your pet decks and like kind of master them for this format. I think is not the worst approach, right? Because these decks, while, you know, for example, I'm taking the OCG metagame breakdown again, while Yubel and Snake Eyes are taking up very solid like chunks of the pie chart, there is a lot of other stuff, you know, at least in the OCG at the moment. We're gonna have to wait and see how this looks in the TCG, but they're only because they're taking up a lot of room in the pie chart does not mean they are taking up the entire pie chart. You know, there's Rescue Ace, there's Fire King, there's Centurion, there's Labyrinth, and there's a huge chunk of other decks that are doing okay. You know, like it's not the same format for us. It's gonna be different. I think for us, Snake Eye is gonna be above Yubel, and they're probably gonna take up a little more than this piece of the pie. But there's going to be room for other decks. You know, the European Championship and NAWCQ top 64s are not going to be 64 Fiendsmith decks. At least I hope not. I don't think that'd be kind of crazy. I think there's room for other decks to do well, you know? Yeah, and that's where I personally stand on this upcoming Fiendsmith Snake Eye format. I personally think... I think to have some positive words to end the discussion, I feel like we're gonna get a ban list in August. I hope that the ban list in August is gonna hit Snake Eyes hard. I don't expect it to hit Yubel / Fiendsmith super hard, because I do think obviously Fiendsmith is gonna be an expensive card, already is an expensive card, and I don't think it's gonna get hit on the ban list 1 month after its release. Right? So I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe they will hit some stuff surrounding Fiendsmith, like Beatrice or Caesar or Appaloosa, which the Yubel deck doesn't even play. Those kind of things I could imagine getting a hit, but the Fiendsmith deck directly, I don't think it's going to get hit. I think the Fiendsmith engine is going to be strong. But the Snake Eye deck has definitely, I feel like, been around for long enough that we can expect a severe hit to it. And so maybe that's going to make the format better. Because like I said, I think the Yubel deck, while it's really powerful, has its weaknesses and is not as toxic as the Snake Eye deck. And maybe I'm just saying that because it's new toy syndrome. But yeah, I'd rather... I definitely want to see the Snake Eye deck being hit. But for now, these are the approaches that I would suggest for you to use, depending on where you are. You know, if you just want to try hard as much as you can, if you want to be the European champion or the NAWCQ champion and you really care, then you should probably just master Fiendsmith Snake Eyes. If you are not willing to play Snake Eyes, those are the other options, I think. For me personally, it's going to be Yubel or White Forest, probably. More so leaning towards Yubel. And that's where I stand. But, you know, playing Tenpai is completely fine. Playing Ritual Beast, I think, is completely fine. And playing some of these other, like... I don't want to call them tier 2 decks, really. Because I do think they are mostly a little bit lower. Because, like, they are tier 2 now, but with Infinite Forbidden release, I think they're going to drop, like, Rogue, basically. But playing those Rogue decks is also still acceptable, you know? If you play them well, build them well, and know what you're doing, I think it's fine, right? So, yeah. Let me know what you think of this kind of discussion, because this is what I'm doing this basically because I don't feel confident doing a, what's it called, a tier list as of now, because I haven't played these decks enough to compare them to each other directly. Let me know if this is still helpful to you, because I tried to include a lot of thoughts on a lot of decks that I think are viable or not viable. So, yeah. And then obviously, in the upcoming days after this video comes out, because this is a YouTube video that we're recording live, I'm going to be doing some... I'm going to upload some content regarding how to play and beat Fiendsmith. Maybe the same with Yubel. And I'm also going to give you guys a list on how I would play White Forest Runic if I were to play it. So those are things to be on the lookout for. And yeah, until then, whether you're going to be playing NAWCQ or EUWCQ or whatever, good luck in Fiendsmith Tier 0 format. And yeah, thanks for watching on YouTube. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you guys next time. right? Can you shortly talk about Mimighoul and its competitive state? Is there a way we could play it? It's so new, there's almost no content. So that's once again, I haven't played it yet. I will probably try once it comes out, because I think it looks super goofy and fun. I don't feel like it's competitively viable. Mimighoul can play shifter and over 20 non-engine. See, you're saying this in Mimighoul's case. You're saying this as if it was an advantage. Okay, let me tell you real quick. Being able to play shifter is an advantage. Being able to play over 20 non-engine is not necessarily an advantage. Let me tell you why. Because you're only saying that about Mimighoul because there's actually not that many Mimighoul cards and not that many good Mimighoul cards, right? You're going to play like 3 Dungeon. That card's really good. 3 Maker. That card's really good. The Trap card is okay, but probably not a 3 of. Then you only have like, you play like 3 Master, probably 3 Archfiend and 3 Dragon. And then Cerberus is already where it kind of feels like weird to play multiple copies because the card is not that great actually. So the reason why you have room for that much non-engine is because you don't have that many good engine cards, right? And that's not always a positive. It's a positive in the case of like Snake Eyes, because guess what? This deck does not need to play that much engine because one Snake Eye Ash does everything you need it to do, right? It's not the case for Mimighoul. You open like 1 Mimighoul card, your deck doesn't do shit, right? Like it's not an advantage in that case, right? So yeah, I think Mimighoul with the first wave is going to be a fun super rogue strategy, right? Like, yes, it's probably got the chance to have some crazy openers where when you go first and you like start with the field spell and lock your opponent out of normal summons and rip a couple cards out their hand with like talons and such. Like it can probably win going first and be annoying and all that, but I don't think it's gonna be meta. It's decent with Prediction Princess. See, that's one of the things that if I had a pet deck and someone would say that about my pet deck, that'd be a horrible thing to hear. You know, like if I have a deck that I want to be good and then someone like tells me, yeah, that deck's good with Prediction Princess, I'm like, goddamn, it's cursed. It's over. Like, you know, that's not, you know, like, don't tell me that. You know, like there's definitely a difference between saying like, yeah, your deck pairs very well with Prediction Princess, or hearing, yeah, your deck goes crazy together with the Fiendsmith cards. You know, those are definitely two different, they have different rings to it, if you know what I mean, in terms of competitive viability. You know, which one would you rather hear if you want your deck to be good? Think about that for a moment. You can play Fiendsmith with Mimighoul? I mean, yeah, you can play Fiendsmith with anything because it doesn't have locks on it. But you know what I mean, right? Like, Prediction Princess Mimighoul is not gonna be the deck, you know? Like, it's... I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Mimighoul Prediction Princess, that ain't the one, Chief, okay? Now, I have seen some people pairing Mimighoul with Vernusylphs. That seems okay to me. But that, once again, the Vernusylphs cards are, like, solid cards, but not insane. The best secondary engine is Cash. Vernu can't play Shifter. Yeah, I could see that. I could see for this format, like, I think we are going to be in a tier 0 format, even if specifically Fiendsmith Snake Eye is not going to put up tier 0 numbers. Like, the Fiendsmith engine is just going to be everywhere, right? Like, because you're going to put it in Yubel, you're going to put it in Snake Eyes, but you also can put it in a lot of other decks. It's kind of like, it reminds me a little bit of, like, I don't know what I want to compare the Fiendsmith cards to, but it reminds me a little bit of Tour Guide. When Tour Guide came out, I don't know who remembers, in like 2011, or was it? It was 2011, and like every deck was playing Tour Guide, just in different ways, right? Like every deck was doing Tour Guide into Sangan. And then the decisive factor was which deck was using Tour Guide the best. You know, those were the decks that ended up being the better decks. Than, like, yes, Tour Guide was good in every deck, but it was way better in some decks than in others. Like, for example, in Windups, it facilitated the best rank 3 exceed in the game, which was Zen Mighty. So that's why Windup was good. In Rabbit, it was like insane because Levier could bring back Rabbit. And then in Insector, it was insane because Sangan searching your combo pieces was crazy. That's why those 3 decks are better than the others in that format, is because they make the best use of the Tour Guide engine, right? And it's very similar with Fiendsmith, actually, where it's the best in Snake Eyes and Yubel, but still good in other decks, right? That was kind of a Yugi Boomer example. Yeah, but I couldn't think of what's another engine? Like, because Fiendsmith is not being played as its own deck. What's another engine that when it came out was in like every deck but in different ways? I guess Adventure is a more recent one. Yeah. Zoo was in every deck though. But it was also its own deck. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I was thinking of Tour Guide first, but yeah. Adventure is probably a better example, a more recent example. Yeah. Did you see the Japan WCQ results? Is that on Road to the King? I haven't, but it's also not, it's not here, no. Not yet. Japan Championship. Rescue Ace, 25%. Yubel, 25%. Labyrinth, Runic, Ritual Beast, Memento. Memento? Ooh. Others. Okay. Yeah, we are in this spot where, like, Snake Eyes is actually starting to fall off in the OCG, I guess, a little bit, because, like, the thing that makes Snake Eye so crazy in comparison to other decks at the moment, at least for us, is the fact that it has so much of everything, right? It has so many starters, so many extenders, and so much room for non-engine. With how it is in the OCG right now, you don't actually have that many normal summons. You don't actually have, because if you have to use your bonfire, to search your normal summon, then you can't use bonfire as an extender anymore. And if you don't have a normal summon to begin with, your Diabellstar suddenly isn't an extender anymore. It's suddenly a starter. So the deck is weaker in the OCG for sure. Even though I don't think consistency hits are the best way to do that, because the deck can obviously still perform at a super high level. I think I think another big difference is like the example that I mentioned earlier, I think is actually quite relevant from a competitive perspective. The one where if your opponent has because of Necroquip Princess, right? If your opponent has Ash Diabellstar, and you have 2 hand traps, in the OCG that doesn't do anything, but in the TCG it's full combo, right? Like normal summon Ash, Imperm, special Diabellstar, Veiler. In the OCG they have to go Little Knight Pass. In the TCG it's Fiendsmith combo. I think that's a big difference. I think that can't really be understated, especially if it stays a hand trap format. Right? If it stays a hand trap format, then that is a huge difference. Yeah. But you also need M7, right? Okay, so how does this go? You go, let's think about this for a second. You go normal summon Ash, they Imperm, you special Diabellstar, they Veiler, you go Closed Moon, you go Requiem summons Fiendsmith, You equip the Requiem to the Fiendsmith, and then you get to make Necroquip Princess. Right? Let me actually pull up these effects. Fiendsmith Engraver. So, after you've made Necroquip Princess, you can use Fiendsmith Engraver to shuffle in a light fiend monster, which has to be the Requiem in this case, right? Or no, you can put the moon back, right? You can put the moon back to summon this out. Beatrice sent OSS. Okay, why can't I go Sequentia? Sequentia is fusion summon a fiend by shuffling materials mentioned on it from graveyard into the deck. If you go... because you don't have... If you need 2 light fiends for this, you don't have a light fiend left in the graveyard to revive, right? Yeah. Okay, I see. So you're not doing sequence in this instance, but you do have the ability to just make Beatrice to send original Sinful Spoils, right? So you do get into your Poplar anyways. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You go M7. I mean, okay, you can go M7 into the Fiendsmith engine, right? M7, you would do M7 if you want to do Fiendsmith combo, right? To go, what do? You go M7, add back Engraver. And then you use Engraver to get the spell, and then you use the spell to grab Lurie. And then you can, like, link those 2 into sequence. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if you play M7. I don't know if that's necessary, though. If you're playing Snake Eyes... Doesn't feel like you need that, right? The M7. But if you play M7, you can do more, yeah. But even if you only play Beatrice and Necroquip, you can get Beatrice into original into... But like, wait. If you use Beatrice to send original, then what does the Poplar do for you? You go... wait, no. You go Poplar, grab Field Spell. Field Spell puts Snake Eye Diabellstar. Snake Eye Diabellstar. Then you can link... Yeah, no, you get there. You get there with Promethean. You get there with Promethean, and then you can revive the Ash to tag out into Flamberge. Yeah, you get there. You get there. Yeah. Yeah, so I think for that reason, I think the Necroquip Princess is going to be a staple card in Snake Eyes, right? I think I would consider that staple. If I was playing a deck like Snake Eyes, which is full of normal summon and extenders, like winning the comparison of I have 2 starters, or like 1 starter and 1 extender, and my opponent has 2 hand traps, and I can play through that, is insane. Right? That's crazy. That's a crazy ability to have in a hand trap format to win. If you have, normally the way it is if you have the same amount of starters / extenders, then your opponent has hand traps, you should not be ending on much. The fact that you win the 2-on-2 is insane, right? It's a crazy ability to have to win that 2 versus 2 comparison. Because statistically, when people are playing decks like this, like they are currently, 2 hand traps is like such a common thing to happen, right? Like it's such a common thing to happen. Like, and it's crazy. It's crazy because this sort of stuff really makes me not want to play hand traps, right? If my opponent, if I have 2 hand traps, because what's even the point of having the second hand trap then? Like, if you really think about it, if my opponent has a Snake Eye Ash and I have 1 hand trap and they don't have an extender, they pass, right? So having 1 hand trap is good sometimes if you get lucky. But what's the point of the second hand trap? Right? What's the point of the second hand trap if my opponent uses their normal summon, I use a hand trap, they use an extender, I use a hand trap, but they still have combo. So like having 2 hand traps feels almost irrelevant. Right? The only hand trap I guess that'd be good as a second hand trap would be maybe Ash, because if you have Ash as a second hand trap, then at least you can like Ash the Wanted or Ash the Bonfire, and then they don't have 2 bodies to go into Closed Moon potentially if they don't have the 3rd extender. But it's so rough. It's so rough. And this is why people are obviously talking more about Droll and Lockbird and Nibiru and stuff like that. Those kind of cards, right? Like because when these hand traps like Imperm, Valor, Mourner, which is what people are playing before Infinite Forbidden a lot, if those cards stop being as efficient, I mean they're never really efficient, but if they're like now they're like they feel really bad. If those feel really bad now, the only other solution if you want to play hand traps, it would be to play one of those more impactful, like high impact, like high risk, high reward kind of hand traps, like Droll or Nibiru, right? Which they work differently than cards like Valor and Imperm, right? Like Valor and Imperm are the kind of cards that are designed to just like one-on-one counter certain things and hope that that's enough to end their turn. Droll and Nibiru are the kind of ones they either work and do a lot, or they don't work and pretty much do very little. I don't know how I feel about Droll against Snake Eyes though, because like, or like Droll and Nibiru don't seem great to me against Snake Eyes for some reasons. Like, for example, like Droll has always been okay against Snake Eyes, right? Like there's always been certain hands where Droll was really strong. Like when your opponent would go activate Bonfire, grab Snake Eye Ash, Droll was always good in that scenario, right? But the same example was if they opened Snake Eye Ash and started with normal summon Snake Eye Ash, suddenly the Droll wasn't very good anymore, right? So I think Droll is good if they start with like one. How many starters do they have that Droll is really good against? Like it's good against Bonfire and it's good against Fiendsmith if those are their first action. Why isn't Droll good into Ash? Okay, so they go normal summon Ash, they add Poplar, they activate Poplar, you Droll them. They special Poplar, they make a link 1, the Poplar goes into the spell and trap zone. They can go Snake Eye Ash, send itself and the spell card, the thing that they put, and they can go into like either Oak or Flamberge, doesn't matter. Long story short, they can still do the combo that ends on like Masquerena with Promethean in the graveyard and all that. So it does, like the thing is though, if you compare that to what they would do otherwise, it still does something, right? You can still combo with Fiendsmith. Yeah, that's the thing. The Fiendsmith cards, you can still do. Maybe you can even still do Fiendsmith combos under Droll, right? Like what is the? Is there a standard line? Like if my opponent has just Snake Eye Ash, and I have just Droll, right? What happens after the Fiendsmith cards are in the mix, right? They go normal summon Ash, add Poplar, I Droll, they special the Poplar. They can probably do Fiendsmith combos as well, right? Because they go Closed Moon at some point. They can't add the level 1. Yeah, but you don't necessarily need to do that, right? They can't add Tractus. Yeah, but you don't have to. You can still go Requiem, Tribute for Fiendsmith. You can still Tribute for Fiendsmith and then still do like a rank 6 and stuff. Doesn't Droll make Nib better against them if they can't get to Temple? I mean, yes. The problem with Nibiru, the inherent problem with Nibiru in this upcoming format is the following. I think Nibiru alone will never do anything against Snake Eyes because they will always, always, always have a line that plays around Nibiru if they know what they're doing, which if you're going to a tournament like the NAWCQ or the EUWCQ, most of your opponents, if they're playing Snake Eyes, are going to know how to at least respect Nibiru. Maybe they're not going to make the perfect end board through Nibiru, but they're still going to end on a lot, right? Because like the Temple is so good against Nibiru. So Nibiru alone is never good. The problem with an approach that, like, Nibiru can be okay if you pair it with Imperm or Veiler to stop the Appaloosa or whatever would negate the Nibiru. Usually it's the Appaloosa, right? So if you have the weird thing about that, right, is the fact that I say ideally because I don't know if it's possible, but ideally I don't want to have Veiler or Imperm in my deck, right? I don't really want to have Imperm and Veiler in my deck for this format. It doesn't feel good to me. Maybe you have to because there's just no better option. But if Nibiru is only good if you pair it with mediocre cards, then basically playing Nibiru means you have to play a lot of other mediocre cards. Pack said Imperm Nibiru doesn't stop Ash plus Extender. That's another thing that I haven't even looked into. I'm sure Pack knows better than me at this point because I know Pack puts in a lot of work. Like a lot with a lot more time in advance than me. Yeah. I'm just looking at this deck and I can't spot a weakness. Is my issue. And maybe that's just me being unimaginative or not being able to figure it out yet. But I'm just like, I'm trying to think of what I could do to beat this deck going second, and I just can't think of a consistent answer, right? Like, I can't think of it. I can't, like, 2 hand traps it doesn't look like 2 hand traps does consistently do it. Because that was the plan at German Nationals for me, for example, right? I was playing Melodious, and my plan was, if I go second, I think 2 hand traps relatively consistently stop the Snake Eye deck. Obviously not every time. Like, sometimes they have Ash, Bonfire, and Witch, and then you can't stop them. But like before Infinite Forbidden, like if you drew Imperm Veiler, that was usually fine, unless they had Crossout, right? But usually it was like, okay, hand trap them twice, they would pass, right? And now with Necroquip Princess, it simply isn't possible anymore like this, right? And building a deck, like, Conceptually, I think it's possible to build a Yu-Gi-Oh deck that aims to draw like 2 hand traps on average and then still gets to play on its own turn. Because if you draw like 2 hand traps on average you have 4 other cards left to play on your turn. Maybe one of those is like, it can be another hand trap or a duplicate or like a brick or whatever. So let's say out of those 4 cards that you have left after hand trapping them twice, you've got 3 good ones, right? And then you can play, right? That was, for example, the idea of Melodious, right? Melodious, the deck that I played, on average opened 2 hand traps, which was fine. But if the number of, like, I don't think you can build a deck that on average draws 3 hand traps and is like actually playable against like your opponent's hand traps and stuff. Because yes, you can play like 21 hand traps or something if you can even find that many good ones, but like you can play like Imperm, Veiler, Mourner, Ghost Ogre, Droll, Ash, Nibiru or something. How many was that? Was that 7 different ones? I think it was. So you'd play like 21 hand traps. And how many would you even draw? Like 3 on average then? Actually, no. Like if I'm playing 21, wait, hand traps. I'm playing 21. I have a 98% chance to draw a hand trap. And okay, in over 50% of my games, I draw 3. Right? But what that also means is that if that's what's needed to handle Snake Eyes, if that's what's needed, like your deck is just not functional most of the time. Right? That's just not functional because like most decks just can't operate with 2 or 3 cards left in the hand. Right? What about 18? It's not about, that's the thing that I'm saying. It's not about the number of hand traps you have to play to see 3. It's about which deck plays after even drawing 3 hand traps. Like most decks can't. Pearly can. Oh yeah, I would love you. Yes, I would love to be playing Pearly, throw 3 hand traps at my opponent, have 3 cards left in my hand, and then my opponent is playing hand traps as well. Have fun playing through hand traps with Pearly with 3 cards where all of your cards discard a card. Like you can't do that. That doesn't work. That you are not winning because even after 3 hand traps, your opponent doesn't end on 0. Your opponent still has like SP Lil Knight, right? So like, how does your deck? How do you even make a deck that wants to draw 3 hand traps? Like I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Like Tenpai maybe. Yeah, maybe Tenpai. 2 is ideal. Yeah, but like yes, you can make a deck that wants, and this is where we're getting to we're getting to the end of it here basically. Like this is where hand traps as a concept are not sufficient to fixing these problems, right? It's not happening. This won't work, right? Like hand traps are I feel like a lot of people, some people dislike hand traps, right? And I understand it because hand traps can create frustrating scenarios like the one we're talking about right now, right? Like this is an incredibly frustrating scenario to be in when you're building your deck, when like it feels like you're required to play infinite hand traps, but it also your opponents are playing infinite hand traps, and so the games become super weird. And now there's this deck suddenly that also plays through all of these hand traps super easily, so it doesn't even feel worth it. If you open 2 hand traps and you don't feel like that's enough, right? That's a super weird dynamic. The thing is, I've said this before, but I don't feel like this is the fault of the hand traps. I think hand traps are more like a symptom of a bigger problem, which is, I mean, we're talking 1-card combos, extenders, all that stuff, right? Like the Snake Eye deck is basically, and you guys have been hating on me for hating circular, right? But like Snake Eyes is basically just like, what if Mathmech was actually like tier 0, right? Like that's Snake Eye. Like it's one Yu-Gi-Oh card just shouldn't be doing all that much, right? And that, I think that is what's causing people to play hand traps, right? The fact that like Snake Eyes has this much it can do with 1 card just forces people to play hand traps. But the fact that Snake Eyes also has infinite ways to extend through hand traps forces us into this loop of we have to play more and more and more hand traps, which makes other decks more and more unplayable because 2 things. What if your deck cannot sustain that? Like, what if your deck can't fit that much non-engine? Well, your deck sucks going second now, right? Oh, your deck only has room for like 6 hand traps. Maybe you draw 1. Like, yeah, good luck. Can't do that. Your deck can, even if your deck has room for like 12 hand traps, it's not enough because 12 hand traps on average that draws like 2. Not enough. As well as your deck can't play through 2 hand traps because let's be real, a lot of decks can't do that. now your deck also kind of is unplayable itself, right? So it's like this is a very unhealthy dynamic that this deck in particular creates, right? And it's especially amplified by the problem that, well, playing hand traps doesn't even feel good when you're playing against Snake Eyes, right? It's not even like you're not even happy about doing this. It's not like, look, I'll say it like this. There's been decks in the past that you needed to that hand traps felt really good against, right? Like it felt really good playing into, I don't know, what's an example of it? Like they're combo decks in a format that weren't like the best deck, like where you would side deck some hand traps for them, right? Like side decking Droll or Nibiru or something against like a certain deck, right? Like Vanadium or something. Yeah, let's use Vanadium as an example or whatever, right? Like Vanadium or Infernoble or whatever. Those were the kind of decks where they were in the format. They didn't force you to main deck 20 hand traps because they weren't popular enough. But also at the same time, you would throw some hand traps into your side deck because if you drew 2 hand traps against them, you would feel pretty safe. It would almost be like, it would almost feel like a, not a free win per se, but it would be like, you know, like if I go second into those decks, I draw 2 hand traps, I'm feeling good. You know, I'm having a good time. Snake Eyes is not like that. It doesn't even feel good to play hand traps against this because I draw 2 hand traps against this. I'm like, dude, I'm fucked. Like if I sit across a Snake Eye Duelist and I open 2 hand traps this next format, I don't expect to win that game. Like more likely than not, I'll lose. Right? But here's the problem. I feel like we're lacking an alternative. Right? Like with Baron the Fleur and Savage being banned in the previous format, I feel like there was at least an alternative, right? Like playing against Snake Eyes in the last format, there were people who were playing board breakers. No, look at Dinka Bui top 8, I think, German Nationals Chimera deck. 40 cards, droplet, evenly matched talents. I don't know exactly what they played, but those were viable things against Snake Eyes pre Infinite Forbidden, right? It was, if you didn't want to play the hand trap minigame, you didn't have to. Right? You could play other things. It's arguable whether it was the best approach or not, but it worked for some people, right? And now suddenly this deck, I feel like board breakers don't feel very good against it because of they have an Omni negate again, right? Like your Appaloosa is not super exposed to talents anymore because there's the new Fiendsmith level 9 fusion, right? That if you don't hand trap them, like that's the thing. If you're playing board breakers, so you probably don't have hand traps to stop them, so they can do not just a standard 1-card combo, they can do whatever the hell they want, right? Like they have so many possibilities if they don't get stopped. So they can go into the level 9 fusion, they can go into Beatrice to look at this side deck and the things that they can do. Where's the one that the Angel of Blue Tears or whatever? That's the card in oh yeah, here it is. The Angel of Blue Tears that they can use to set any trap card, basically. Like they basically, this deck also has a plan for board breakers, which is really good, right? They also have a plan against board breakers, which is just, well, I'm gonna summon Omni negates. I can make a Beatrice to send all kinds of stupid floodgates and then like reset them somehow. I forgot, but the Angel of Blue Tears does something when like I think effect damage is inflicted, you can like banish it to set a trap or something. It's hard. And then the even cards like Dark Ruler, what's their, so functionally, right? They have this Fiendsmith fusion, which isn't just an Omni negate. It works like Hot Red, right? Where it's not like Baron, where you just have to chain it to the card you want to negate. It's target a face-up card or select the face-up card that your opponent has and negate it, right? So you can if your opponent activates Dark Ruler no more, you can chain something else to it and then negate it with this card. I'm just looking at this deck and trying to figure out what they set or how they can set that up. Like, is it just Wanted that they have to have? But they have to draw Wanted, right? You chain block, Black Goat Laughs, right? Like, after siding, they can, like, Beatrice and send Black Goat Laughs, yeah. Or, like, people are playing the Silvera trap here. There's, like, different things that you can do. Or the Silhouette Rabbit for a chainable trap card. Yeah, that works too. Oh. So, and that is where my frustration kicks in. Because I'm a huge fan of challenges in deck building. But calling this a challenge feels weird to me because I'm not sure if there's a solution. Like, solving a problem. That's one of the most fun things about deck building for me, is like being presented with a deck in the format that is really strong. So it's a hard problem to solve, right? Like, you're like, I don't know, like when like one of my favorite examples is like Tier 0 Zodiac, which was really good, but it had weaknesses. So like, you could find a deck like Paleozic, which would play right into those weaknesses, and then you could actually like win a YCS with it. Which felt really rewarding for solving that problem of like, even if that deck was Tier 0, it had weaknesses that you could exploit. I'm looking at this, and the more I look at it, the more I feel like there's no solution. Right? Like, tell me how, like, I don't know. And I do think, I want to emphasize this though. I want to emphasize that I think the bigger part of the problem is the Snake Eye cards, right? Like, people are criticizing the Fiendsmith cards for good reason. They are really good cards, but I think the bigger problem, in my opinion, is the Snake Eye portion, because the Fiendsmith cards here are basically just another, like, they're functionally the Fiendsmith cards in this deck are more like more copies of Diabellstar, right? Because they can start your combos and they can extend your combos, right? That's in a nutshell. Obviously, there's differences, like being able to access Omni Negates again with the Fiendsmith Fusion, and being able to use Beatrice into some very stupid things. Make the Fiendsmith cards really powerful as well. But I think the core problem here is the Snake Eye cards and what they facilitate, right? I think Fiendsmith as an engine is something that, if the August ban list is good, I think we could actually look into something where Fiendsmith is acceptable. Like, if they, for example, if they were to ban Beatrice and Appaloosa, I personally would, and hit Snake Eyes, right? Like, that's what I want from the August ban list, basically, is like Appo, Beatrice, and Snake Eyes. I think then we're looking at a format where the Fiendsmith cards are good, but they would not be nowhere near as problematic as they are right now. But I don't know. That is a discussion for, or like, that's a thing that we're just gonna have to wait and see. At this point, this has been talked about enough. I have talked about that before, but yeah. Then we're just in Yubel format. I mean, look, spoilers. Guys, some deck is always the best deck in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? There's always good decks that are better than others. I don't know what you want me to say. Yes, Yubel is probably gonna end up being the best deck after they kill Snake Eyes. I don't know what you want me to say. I personally think at least as of now, the Yubel deck looks more fun to me than the Fiendsmith deck. It also is weaker than not the Fiendsmith, the Snake Eye deck. it also is weaker than the Snake Eye deck, even if it's still really powerful. But if this deck also loses Beatrice in my example, but yeah, this is going to be a good deck, right? It is going to be a really good deck if they hit Snake Eyes. But yeah, Yubel is just fun because it's more new. I mean, you always get tired of the best decks eventually, right? That's why they eventually get hit, right? I feel like we just need to get a little bit better with the timing sometimes on these hits, right? Like I think at some point Yubel needs to go, but the time is not now, dude. I never got tired of tier. See, but that's a lie, I think, for most people that actively played. I got tired of tier. Looking back at Tierlement format, tier 0, like it's not a bad format. But at the time, I got tired of it. I miss tier. It's okay to miss it. I also miss it sometimes. You know, like when I'm gonna sit at Euros round 1, we roll with 2 dice. I roll a 2. My opponent rolls a 12, and they normal summon Snake Eye Ash. I miss Ishizu tier as well. Trust me. I'm gonna miss Ishizu tier in that moment. But at the time, I started getting tired of tier. Well, yeah. All right. Do you think Necrocrypt Princess is going to be played, or is there just not enough space? I've answered this question earlier. Long story short, I personally, if I was playing Snake Eyes, I would play that card. I would play that card for sure. And I don't think it's a hard decision. I think you have to make room for it because of what it offers. Angelo, thank you for the 4 months. Also, X Crazy, thank you for the 22. Dandy Solid. All the people during the discussion, I always try to focus during the discussions, but 21 Yako, thank you for the 11 months. Athelion, thank you for the 11 months. Bro Scander, appreciate you guys. Thank you. Are you not preparing for Euros? I mean, I've talked about it earlier. My choices for Euros are very limited. I've been open about it. I'm gonna play Yubel or White Forest probably. Yubel if I wanna play the better deck, and White Forest if I wanna play the more fun deck probably. So yeah. Like the thing is, and this is also partially the reason, like this channel does reflect sometimes my own excitement with the format. You know, in formats that I find really good and fun, you will probably get a lot of good advice from me and a lot of good opinions on certain cards and whatnot. In formats that are not super motivating for me, I feel like it's a little pointless in making stuff, in making like Snake Eyes Fiendsmith, for example. Like if I were to do Euros prep on stream right now, right, what we would be doing is learning Snake Eye combos, right? Because that's what it's about in this tier 0 Snake Eye format. You probably have to learn all your lines, how to play around Nibiru, how to play around certain hand traps and all that kind of stuff. That is not really something that I can teach you guys right now, right? Like, because I don't know. Like, you give me a hand of Snake Eye Ash, Diabellstar, and Fiendsmith right now, and I misplay it into the ground because I haven't done that yet, right? So, and I'm not willing to make competitive content about Snake Eyes at the moment when it's not my expertise, right? Like, there is plenty of resources out there that that probably can teach you how to play those kind of cards. But I'm not gonna make things that I don't feel like confident about that it's good content, right? Like like if I were to make a new broken tier 0 deck profile about Snake Eyes, it'd be just a standard list that I haven't tested. I don't want to do that. I don't feel like doing that, if that makes sense, right? And so Helios, thank you for the 14. So that is yeah, that's a thing. When was the last format you were really motivated? I actually feel like there was a bunch of formats I was really motivated in recent years. You know, like it was all the way through like Cash Tira format in 2023. I was really motivated. It was a genuinely 2023 was a fun year for me. And even 2022, after Sprite and Tier released, was also really fun for me. You know, I was motivated for Sprite and Tier format. You know, we had European Championship where I cooked up the Power Spell Sprite. We had YCS Utrecht where we cooked Runic Sprite. We have then we go into Ishizu Tier, which was for a while actually enjoyable. Then I got tired of Ishizu Tier. And then we went into the Cash Tira format where it was just I had a great time brewing different version of Runic Sprite. You know, Runic Sprite, like the Life Twin version, the Furhire version, like playing those decks was really cool for me throughout the entire year. And then even Unchained format with like Runic Bisteel was a great time. So like, no, I had a great time in Yu-Gi-Oh in the last couple years, and I think that's important to remind yourself of sometimes. Is that not every format is great, but I personally think in the last couple years there was a lot of formats where I had a great time, and I think that's worth remembering sometimes. It basically, yeah, I just don't like Snake Eyes. But the thing is, if I've learned one thing from my like 20 years of playing Yu-Gi-Oh, is that sometimes there's formats that you don't enjoy, but they end, you know, and then good ones are gonna follow. Did you buy Fiendsmith? Not yet, but I will. I've seen you kind of motivated to try out Snake Eye with Breakers. No, before Snake Eye released, I didn't realize that I was not gonna enjoy the format. Like I was wrong, obviously, but I was kind of hoping that Snake Eye was gonna be a good format, but it wasn't. Let's build a deck for this Xyz festival. Will we see some TCG content tomorrow? Tomorrow is going to be no TCG. Tomorrow is going to be 12-hour tryharding the new rated system and seeing how high I can climb in 12 hours full focus gameplay. That being said, today we're playing the Xyz festival, which means we're playing Paleos. We can also play some other decks later, but for now... any goal for tomorrow, like top 100 or top 10? I have no idea what's realistic, so no goal in mind. The only thing that I thought of was like Daruma Karma Cannon does not seem great in Exceed only festival because no links. It's good versus Noir. Oh, are people cringe and play Pearly? I guess we play Daruma then. Rise to full height. Do people play Cash Tira? I think Torrential seems good in this. Yes? Okay. I see a lot of lab too. Yeah, I guess. Zeus. Typhon. Downerd. What is this there? Cat Shark. Cavalry. Dude, I'm pulling out the real Daigusto Phoenix. I don't have. Okay. Mosquito. I can play. We can. Is F-Zero legal? Yeah. Okay. That. Let's just not play Daigusto Phoenix, dude. It's not 2017 anymore. Oh yeah, gigantic. Pinpoint dash? What is pinpoint dash? Isn't that... Oh no, pinpoint dash is banned, right? Trap trick. Reasoning. Is Max C legal? Why is Max C legal? Maybe try Xyz Encore. I guess I could, if we see a lot of Arise Hearts and Noirs, I might need to play an out to those when I go second, because going second they're gonna destroy me, right? What else? I'm struggling thinking of the cards that we played in this. Oh, Needlebug Nest. Needlebug Nest. Balance. Okay. We could have just copied the Paleo deck and removed the links. Well, good thing you tell me this now after we've built it. Now it's too late. Is Backjack still good if you can't link it off? It's still a really good mill. But you're right, that's a concern. Maybe we should just play 2. Wannabe, Soldier Dragon. Yeah, maybe this is the time to go back to some of those older tech cards. Alright. Alright, how big is the Noir gonna be? Probably big. This is not good. Yeah, I feel like this is the kind of matchup we kind of need to go first, you know? It's only 8 materials. Only 4 spins out of my 5 back row. Surely that's fine. It's only 8 spins. Only 8 materials. Only the worst possible scenario. Threat evenly, and for what? What do you think they do if I go into the battle phase? You think they start going noir spinning like they can't even legally activate the noir? What are you trying to achieve? Wait, what? How does that work? Oh, maybe it's sprites. Yeah. Yeah, it must be sprites. And you just play more copies of Nightmare. Nope, never mind. So what does this end on? Like... Samsara D Lotus? Just Nightmare Pain damage? Dude, I mean, have fun with that against my Paleos. It's like you Bell 0 attack staring at a Paleo with 0 defense, wishing it could do anything about it. Yeah, you can't even summon the level 11 Ubel because it's gonna blow up your entire field. And you can't get it away, like, can't get it off the field. Not bad. Oh, come on, man. Dude, that mill was crazy. I milled rollback and backjack. What? Not a, no paleo. No paleo. I think I actually want the paleo then. So here's the problem. What rank 10s are there? Is there like a rank 10 that I really need to like be careful of? Gustav? I mean, Gustav is not dangerous. Like, it looks so stupid. Dude, you can't even fuse with that. I guess you have a once per turn special summon. It's not too bad. Wait, this doesn't target. Oh. I thought it targeted. Well, anyways. Shuffle their U-Bell? Why? I don't care about it. I'm confused. He just made that card up. Yeah, I'm not sure that's a real card. Oh, it burst in waves. Dude, the week after Euros, I'm gonna be going to locals with the paleo, with the updated paleo list. I might bring it to Euros, the updated paleo list, just in case I don't make it far. Play it in like public events. I still need Royal Anomalocaris. Desperately. Zero on zero violence. Great stuff. Was the downer needed? Not really, but I play 2 anyways. And if they run over, if they destroy another card, I get the second material. Like, it's not like I need to keep it. I've seen too many people on Bell in the event, but why? Like, I mean, I guess it's like if they, I don't know. Daruma yourself now. Sick. 6,600. One more Paleo won't do it. I don't think we have game, according to my calculations. But we can do something very funny regardless. Oh, come on. Is that the third Nightmare Pain? Second. I've never done that. That felt good. Aggressive Opabenia? No, I'm on 4,000. I actually need to summon them in attack, so they can't just crash into them. Need to be a little careful. This feels so wrong. This game is so awkward. The Opabenia in attack, the Anomalocaris in defense. What's going on? Am I tripping? No, okay. Okay. What can I summon? Oh, that. Okay, that was odd. I have a feeling that if there's people playing Bell in this event, that's going to be a good matchup for us. Not a fast matchup, but a good matchup. Wait, there's a duelist level in this? We've lost every coin flip so far. It's a cup, not a festival. Wait, what's the... It's a... What does that mean? It's like a duelist cup? There's a second stage. Oh! Is there a 72-hour duel cup for this? Like stage 2? Yes? Oh, I didn't realize that. So you're telling me there might be people out there who stay awake for 72 hours playing Cash Tira or Pearly to get like sleeves? Mm-hmm. The icon looks sick. I mean, I feel like I have a cool icon already. Don't know if I need it. Why is my hand so ass? Like, so ass. I'm fourth, my soldier. Unfortunately, my hand sucks complete ass. Zeus wasn't better? How are you gonna... Anyways. This card is my problem right now. Because this activates so that they can go into... Wait, is Arise Art limited? No, right? Oh, I bounced it anyways. They can just make another Arise Art. Should I roll back? Should I roll back the Big Bang? Don't I just die though if I do that? I feel like I'm dead. Because I can't use the... I think I have to Olenoids my own rollback. Unfortunately. Which also means I'm not using it on birth. Do you have to do it now? Well, if I wanna Olenoids my own rollback, I have to do it now because they can start by making a Rise Art in their main phase and then it doesn't go to the graveyard. Right? Because they've used this effect, they can go into a Rise Art immediately. We can't roll back with Necro Valley? Oh shit. Yeah. Well then. Tony, thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the 3 months. I feel like we're doomed either way. This card is unlimited. With the Big Bang. All right. I forgot. It doesn't matter. I was gonna MST it anyways. Bitch ass Rysart, dude. I will still chain. You are late to the party. Yeah, this card is not great if I can't link it up. Ooh, this card though. We can't see the mills. It's on the left side. Then the next card is always on the left side. Can I not deck out maybe? Okay, only milled 35 cards. Oh, I can't trap trick. What can I trap trick for? Well, I'm not gonna check. See what's in the box. Fiend griefing. Okay, their card can be activated now. What does that mean for us? Called by? Maybe. Beep. Why can you only activate one paleo trap instead of every different one? Because the what's the word I'm looking for? Because they have to be chained directly to the trap card on the field. Otherwise, Paleozoic would probably still be a top tier deck. If you could just activate one trap, bring back 5 Paleos. Okay, that game, unironically, that game was kind of fun to play. Even though they opened a Rysart Necro Valley. We do need to do something about the backjack situation. Maybe we remodel the deck in a different fashion for this event. Like, we take out the backjack and the Fiend Griefing completely, even though I do love those cards. And the balance. And we play... we go back to Soldier Dragon. But then, because the entire deck is now level 2, we have to cut Reasoning. Which is fine. We can do that. Maybe we play Encore, because Encore beats a Rysart and it beats a Rysart and Noir, and those cards kind of destroy us, right? Isn't Reasoning good even if we miss? Not always. Really not always. Wannabe worth a try? Wannabe... During the end phase, you can send this card from hand to the field to the graveyard, excavate cards from the top of your deck equal to the number of opponents' unused spell and trap zones. So it doesn't work against a Rysart, because it has to go to the graveyard. I don't know if I want to play that many monsters for now. Let's do this for now. I removed Balance of Judgment. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Let's keep Balance. But Balance doesn't go super well with Soldier Dragons. That was my issue. New card, by the way. Take a ride with Performage Ball Balancer. Level 4 Earth Spellcaster Pendulum. Scale 3. Pendulum effect. You can only use the pendulum effect once per turn. During your main phase, you can send a face-up Performage Pendulum from your extra deck to the graveyard, and you can increase this pendulum scale by the sent monsters. Doesn't seem very useful to me. I don't know if there's a use for that. I guess it's good in the way that it can be a low and a high scale, because you can manipulate it. You can only use the first, second, and third effect once per turn. If you control a Performage, you can special this from the hand. If this card is normal or special, you can activate one of these effects. Add a Performage Pendulum monster from your deck to your extra deck face up. Or destroy a Performage monster card you control. When an opponent's special summon monster declares a direct attack, you can special summon this card from your graveyard. This seems okay. Or solid, rather, right? It's an extender that helps you make like Beyond the Pendulum or something before you Pendulum. Or Electromite. It fuels your extra deck. It can destroy Plushfire if you have Plushfire. And it even has a bonus effect that helps you not die. The scale effect is kind of whatever, I feel like, but it's worth mentioning that it can be a high or low scale. So this is solid. Pendulum, yeah, this is the thing. This card, if you link with it or something, it will not go to the graveyard. But if you, because it is a level 4, if you make a rank 4 with it, then it goes into the graveyard. So you can, like, if you combo, if you want to make an Exceed, you're going to try to want to use this card for it. Isn't this better to be a Performage instead of a Performa Pal? I mean, you can summon it with Plushfire, right? I don't know how good that is going to be. But no. It's not a bad card. It's solid, but nothing too crazy, I think. But it's all right. Okay. Back to the things that really matter. Paleozoics. Do this. Or have I gone first yet? This is game number 4. I haven't gone first. How fat is the cat gonna be this time? What are those reveals? I like how you're speaking in past tense. Hope you had a great day. Oh my god, they discarded Duster. We dodged the bullet there. Because obviously I'm not having a great day right now, but maybe I had one before this. Miss! Miss! Okay, I guess that doesn't add anything at least. Skippo, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate you. Hey, look, they're only gonna draw 4 cards. And only be able to spin 3 of my sets. How cool is that? Oh, and I have a second normal summon. Wonderful. Maybe I should play less Hyperias now that I've added the Soldier Dragons. I don't need to play around Maxi anymore, dude. It doesn't even matter. Who cares at this point? Oh, but I can't target it because they hit the thingy. I can't target it. I can only target this shit. Why didn't we make Typhon? Because I'd have to overlay my soldier dragons for it. Dude, I miss Soldier Dragon. Oh man. Why didn't they play? They didn't want to play into my Soldier Dragon. They didn't want to give me like 5 monsters when they can't attack any of them. Oh yeah, less Hyperia. Play 1 for Gigantic. Dude, I haven't won a single coin flip in this entire event. Okay, that counts. Why not send Burst for the rollback discard? I can still do that. I can still trap trick into Morella if I want to. I just want Paleos in the grave, enough of them, so that when I activate all my trap cards, I get value from it. It was cash. They can't possibly have a play, right? Because like they would have, that must have been their top deck. The Pathfinder, there's no way they have a play. I guess that makes it possible. I'll have a Boku up, just in case. Is this a Spotify playlist? You can go exclamation mark playlist, yeah. That's honestly, it kind of surprises me that not more Kashtira players are drawing like this. Because, like, what is it? Like 2 Unicorn, 1 Fenrir or something? 1 planet? No terraforming? Like, that deck's dead. I just went battle phase first in case of evenly. I don't want to lose all the Paleos. I know it's less damage. What do I want? I don't really need anything, to be honest. It's just the Paleo. 12 mob, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate you. Free needlebug nest. Yeah. Can I win a coin flip? I haven't won a single one yet. Just one is all I want. Is it too much to ask for? Josh desperately trying to get heads for 3 hours. Well, it's not a great sign if they search that one. Sniper? No, it just means that they have the Imseti already. Wait, you had a worse card to put back than Eagle? I guess you can't Rainbow Bridge anyways. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, what is it? Is it Horus Stun? I actually wouldn't mind it if it was Horus Stun, I think. Oh, that card fucks me up. Oh my god. Canopic Protector is a problem. That card is also a problem. I guess I do mind that they're playing Horus Stun. I changed my mind. Because they have the limited, there can be only one, which is like the one floodgate that kills Paleo. Well. Okay. What is bro doing here? Protector comes back. Yeah, I think I win this game if they don't hit Protector with the Giant Trainer. Like if they don't have Protector, this matchup's not bad for me. With Protector, it's almost unwinnable. Because Protector, once it's up, can chain block every single trap I activate. And the King Sarcophagus is like impossible for me to... Like I can't out the Horus monsters basically. Blood Rain, thank you for the 21 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. Puzzling Valk, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Does that negate anything? Yeah, it does. Oh. Okay, well. I mean, even if I know it's there, I still have to do this. But I didn't know it had that effect. Nothing happens if I just destroy this, right? They don't get another... I don't have to pick Vaboku to be safe. I can just burst, I think. Unless I'm missing something. The Morella is not as clutch as you might think, because I had to use... I don't have rollbacks anymore. It can still get, like, Rise to Full Height. Yeah, because I had to Trap Trick. That gets 2 rollbacks out of the deck. How many Paleos in grave? Enough. Max C number 3. Okay. No Dragon Maid in the grave. Oh. Is the set card evenly? Or is the card in hand evenly? That's what I thought. I knew they were playing Lava Golem. I knew it. Because they played trade-in and shit. Like, I knew they were sitting on Lava Golem. It was so obvious. That's why I didn't want to put a second monster on the board last turn, but the evenly bait was actually quite strong. He can't activate evenly from hand with a card on the field? Oh, I never read evenly matched. Thank you so much for telling me that. I was not aware. How did you obtain that insane wealth of knowledge that you have? Me and the squad, dude. Oh, man! Shoutouts to the guy that said this game is not winnable, like 10 seconds into the game. Oh, I can't believe it. I'm going first. Okay, I'm bricking. Not bad. Okay, not an easy matchup, but Morganite helps. Not bad. That's a pretty good hand. The thing is, I really want to Dynamishes the field spell, but I really want to Dynamishes the Lovely. Like, Lovely fucks me up in the long run. I just have to hope they don't hit the Dynamishes, dude. Just don't hit the Dynamishes, please. If they pop the Dino, I probably lose. Oh, you know what I should have done? I probably should have gone Daruma chain 1. Chain the Paleo to that, so that the Paleo gets flipped face down, so that if it's popped later or something, it doesn't, yeah. Nice Max C, by the way. Okay, it's we are very low on cards. We have Morganite active though, and we've banished this. So what? Okay, we lose. I did not see that one coming. That's GG. I mean, I can't do anything about that either way, but and had I done the Daruma Karma Cannon thing earlier, this Paleo would have gone to the graveyard, which can make a difference in the long run. We'll see if there is a long run. It's not beatable. mean, I have to anyways. Do not understand, but fine. Wait, nothing in end phase? Okay. Free Paleos. It's not actually free Paleos. Because they pop with the field spell. I'm like very close. What I need is burst. If I'm able to burst once, I think I'm fine. Because it gets rid of the field spell and all that. Like if we can do that one time, I think we're Gucci. But it's gonna be hard. Because I also need to like draw. One of my draws every turn has to go into like not dying. Like Vaboku's Rise to Full Height and all that stuff. And I somehow need to piece together a bursting situation with the rest. It's not easy. Unless... I don't have burst, but I have rollback. Also, I have balance. Should I balance? Jesus Christ. Could I not mill these? Holy shit. Can they activate? Wait. They can still bounce with this, but they're not doing that somehow for some reason. Why save that one? It's the only one that can't die. Anyways. Oh, man. That's why we play Paleo, everybody. Love Paleo. Woo. Ugh. I don't know about the Torrential so far. Torrential's been kind of meh. And so has this card. What about Plump? Actually, Plump is solid to make a very big Zeus. Yeah, I like Plump. Let's play one Downerd, one Plump. Take out these and these. Redeemable Jar? What is that one? Banish one trap from your grave. Add from your graveyard to your hand one trap with a different original name from that banished card. Can only use this effect once per turn. Banishing traps isn't great. The card isn't bad though. It gives you a +1 every turn. Continuous? I mean, that's why it's good though. If it wasn't continuous, it'd be terrible. You have to hard draw it though. I mean, I also have to draw grass. Let's try one. It's fun. $51 for consistency. Let's go. Hats? No, I've given up on the hats. And we're back to losing coin flips. The Hats arc was not very long. I think we played it for one day, but it was pretty bad. Oh, redeemable jar. Why did they make me go first? I'm scared. Still waiting for a hats clip. Oh, we don't have a single good hats clip for the channel. Okay, we have to add magical hats. All right, our opponent's name is I Can't Win, and they're playing Galaxies. I feel like I've spotted their problem. Why? That story does check out. Why bully? I'm just making a joke. Also, they're not here. They're not hearing it. They're lurking and heard everything, Sag. Dude, it's almost a combo deck now. Redeemable jar is insane. Who said that? Promote them. Dude, look at us. I don't feel comfortable because I'm winning on turn 3. I don't feel good about that. It should be like turn 20. Ah, come on. The thing is, you can actually turn this into a disruption if you have Opabinia on the board. You can add back Paleos and use them right away. What is... Why are we in Lava Golem, the format? Bro, we were redeeming this game. Holy. Holy. Hell yeah, we level up. Okay, where are my rewards? How juicy is this event? 22. $730. Not bad. 3,000 gems. Look at DMs. Okay, dude. Quantal got a Royal Zeus and sent me a picture of it. How did that happen, Quantal? Did you like, don't tell me you just crafted a second one and immediately got it. Like, at least tell me you randomly opened a pack. Alright. Because I felt like it. Mm-hmm. Alright. I see how it is. Oh no, what is this? Zodiac? What deck is playing Terror Top in this event? What is bro doing? Hello, transaction rollback. It's a shame I have elemental burst in my hand. Well. Just discard it? What, like by game mechanic without having a single card that discards? You want me to discard it? Just put it into the graveyard. My opponent won't notice? Okay. Blood left the soldier dragon. Axe of Fools. All right. They clicked the Canadian. Oh wait, this one is not hard ones per turn. Wouldn't it have been better to Daruma on declaration? Doesn't it say the equip? I think said it. I can't respond if it attacks. I think. I should have probably Canadia'd this beforehand. That's just a second homie, right? They have 2 in hand anyways. Connection failed. Unlucky. Oh, yeah. Can't believe they disconnected right now. That's so unfortunate for them. Oh, no, there they are. Okay. Okay. No, not my 1 material Zeus. And why is the game bugged again? Why can't I attack? I mean, I'm furious. I don't want to make Zeus again. I think this is better here. That's funny. How does Vaboku interact with this? How does Vaboku interact with Mekankos? Do I take damage or not? We shall, for science, do it. Come on. Alright, science has been conducted. No damage. Oh, but they can bounce, I guess. I wonder why you would bounce that, but okay. And not this. What is Spirit Walk's graveyard effect? Does it do something in the grave? You can banish this card from your grave, special mechanical that's banished in your hand. Hmm. What did you roll back? I roll back the burst. This spot is actually a little dangerous right now. Because I drew pretty bad cards. Like, because this can bring back the Huli, and I have nothing that interacts with it except for Zeus. So it's actually kind of tricky. Wait, they can pop my entire shit. I die, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I played this badly. I'm not sure. I felt like I was winning and then I gave it away somewhere. I'm not sure. I didn't expect them to play the Kagura though. But yeah. I don't know if they play the Kagura, I'm not sure what I can do, to be fair. I just had to win faster. But my deck is not very good at doing that. I don't know if I had a way to, but no. Wow. Will you cook some TCG Paleo with the new card sometime? Yes, absolutely. I'll do that. I will do that. As soon as I get my hands on the card, and maybe once I've settled on a deck for Euros and I have some more time, I'll probably do that. Anyways, I'm afraid to tell you I have to get going a little bit sooner because I have to walk my parents' dog. So it's gonna be the end for today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I had a good time in this event. Unironically, I had a very good time. It was fun. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the tryhard rated stream, where we're gonna play ranked mode and try to climb as hard as possible and as high as possible in 12 hours. It starts. I think it starts. We'll start the usual 12, like when I always start, and then we'll just do until midnight. So that's happening tomorrow. And also, don't forget, in case you're not here tomorrow, I just want to say it now. We're gonna be live for the NAWCQ on Saturday and Sunday. So if you want to go watch party, watch along on the weekend, I'll be here. I'll see you guys tomorrow or on Saturday or Sunday. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I will send you guys somewhere. Where do I send you guys? I'll send you guys over to Emre. So you guys enjoy Emre's stream. And I'll be back tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody. Thank you for watching. Peace.